Hello and welcome back, everyone. Today, we are going to be starting a game on the multiplayer map. I did join a multiplayer game. It hasn't started yet. We are going to be playing on the map with the spawn. The workshop for the mod suggests 0 to 1 underground nations, and we have 2 underground nations. And overall, one of the first person who signs up who's also boosting the server is the other underground guy. So I think I'm probably in really bad shape. For the multiplayer game. But we'll see if I can survive, do this type of thing. Trying to kind of get decent looks at some of these other nations that we are going to be playing against. This is looking like the lineup for the multiplayer game. Maybe we increase the AI a little bit. Have done a couple practice starts on this map. Overall, if we get dogpiled, or we get dogpiled when we play pretty consistently, but have been able to expand out decently. The only problem is that maybe 15% of the rolls for our spawn are really bad. And so we'll see what happens. We're going to be playing as Pyrene. We're going to be loading up Unga Boongala Electric Boongaloo, who is what we settled on for our pretender design, so I guess someone can kind of snipe at what we have going on, but this is basically what we have been working on for some time now, what we settled on. We already locked in our pretender. Maybe don't like the spirit site in particular, because one of the reasons we had it was because there was a Vanheim in the game, and the Vanheim has since dropped. But if we're fighting underground, this is raw stats. And I'm expecting, since on the Discord I was rather open about the fact that this was my first multiplayer game, that I will be seen as kind of, easy target. So I'm expecting to get kind of run over a little bit. And so to that end, changing a couple settings per what they have for the multiplayer in terms of rules, but I'm expecting to be seen as fresh meat for the other underground player, I suspect. But we'll see. Maybe he'll decide to play nice. I also think he has a scaling nation in Gibalba, so it's not necessarily clear to me that we have a worse nation. It's just in the rock, paper, scissors of things, if he has an awake pretender and he decides to attack us in like the first 10 turns, I think maybe he gets to eat us, and maybe this is the strategy underground if there's only one other player, because the underground is more valuable to us, but less valuable to other people. I could also just be dramatically overthinking it, so. What? This is the first time we've spawned above ground. Oh boy. I'm not sure what to make of this. This ruins like all of our strategies. I don't know if we should play it out. I don't know what to do here. Literally, we've gemmed this map like at least 10 times, and this is the first time we spawned above ground. I mean, we could try and take stock of things. There's 2 paths to the underground, here and here. This is not a possibility I'd considered. I suppose that it might happen is just, if this happens in the multiplayer game, it happens in the multiplayer game, so that is what it is. I don't know. Okay, we have a few choke points. I don't actually know what the green dotted lines mean exactly. But there's an entrance to the underground here, here, here. There's one more. It's here. No, we already counted that one. There's total 4. Where's the other one? Oh, I think it's here. So we are literally as far from the underground as possible on this map. I was wondering how long it takes to record your gameplay videos. Pure recording playtime. It depends. The later on you get, the longer it takes. Usually it takes at least, often it can take up to an entire day, like 4 or 5 hours though, probably, on average. Green islands are the roads, they take less movement points. Gotcha. I don't know, I think that this will be bad practice. But we could try and make a strategy around this. I mean, I think that this isn't necessarily that bad for us because we have a relatively protective forest. And we don't mind even... And there are, like, several choke points. I think we're gonna I think that this is not the... I think very likely... what did we call this game? It was something like Pyrene. Not for the stream. MP map stream game. MP map stream game. We're gonna try this again. I think that would be playable, but I don't think it's good practice. Because it's not like we're bad underground, so we will add all of the players back in. So I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I recall correctly, we had let's see, Ermor, Lanka, Kailasa, Xibalba, Muspelheim, Therados, and it might be the fact that now we have 2 water nations that we're spawning in that's forcing us above ground, and if we think that that's what's going on here, then we won't make adjustments. I think it looks like Yomi was also in here. Muspelheim, Yomi. Let's see, Yomi, Lanka, Xibalba, Pyrene, Tianxi. Rus is the one we were missing. Okay. Of these. 3 level 3 thrones. No cataclysm. And we will get another setup. If we're above ground again, we'll just play it out. Okay. So that changes things. We're expecting to be above ground. Then there is a connection from here to here, which eventually leads underground. Wow, that's so crazy. It's going to spawn us above ground. That's so scuffed for us. Well, I don't think it's like hard unplayable. There's another entrance to the underground over here. But like a lot of our pretender design was built around the understanding that we would get access to some of those independent mages. And honestly, If the spawn is throwing us above ground, then Spirit Sight is really bad, or it's completely unnecessary, or it's not useful. So we might have to go back to the drawing board on our Pretender a little bit. Maybe we do that at the end of the stream. Or maybe we have to do it now. Because Spirit Sight does nothing for us here. There's nobody who has Glamour. It's just kind of dead. And then, if we are destined to spawn above ground, I don't even know if we want to take Death on our Pretender, because one of the reasons we're taking it is for the Spirit Sight. I think taking something else might make more sense. All these years at the Academy wasted, man. God, we are so locked in. I think that... we're gonna change the Pretender we submitted, so we're gonna make a new Pretender. And we're gonna try and think our way through what exactly it is we want. I think we still want a couple reinvigoration, blur, heroism, and I think we want to still do something like this, maybe. Okay. But we have 56 more points to work with here. And we're gonna have some bless points as well. Alright, obviously we could just increase, or what we had was, I think, this, and 4 bless points. Now we have that refunded. We could just go more scales. I don't think I like this. If anything, I was thinking of doing this. We could do this and be dormant, actually. And then get 2 more bless points and just go reinvigoration 3 and call it a day. Alternatively, we could do Fire 3 and be able to break in easier. And then go for attack skill or inspirational presence. I think I like defense skill more than attack skill. We could also go this for the shock resistance on our troops. I don't think there's a lot of air mages in the air magic in the lineup, is the thing. We have Yomi, Lanka, Jibalba. I think they're all using fire magic. Tianchi is using everything. Roos is going to use cold magic. Ermor, I can't remember what Ermor has. Femoria. Well, Femoria's got Muspelheim's going to have fire and water. Kailasa's earth and water. And then Beritos. So I don't think shock resistance is what we're into. Could go for this and another scale. I don't think we could get 3 pads in magic here, so adding something in makes a lot of sense. The spirit sight's not awful if one of our game plans is casting like darkness though, which like maybe it is. It just feels really dead. Like we could almost take an incarnate bless of some kind instead. I think we might have to come back to this and try and figure out what we want. Could even do something like Undying, maybe extra poison resistance. Shoot. Oh, okay. Let's just try and play from this. Our map gen here. Okay, so we'll open with searching for slaves. We'll give this guy guard commander. This guy will become the prophet. We will recruit 3 of these guys, a bunch of these other guys. Okay, and that's all of our money. And we'll pass the turn. Heck yeah, Dominions. Hell yeah, brother. Long Deads and Ghouls is really soft. In the winter, this will freeze. 100 guys is kind of difficult to go into. We... Maybe 2 water nations. So what are our main concerns or ideas? I think we want to secure this bridge, this forest that leads into the cave. And then in particular, we have cold, so these are going to function as choke points. Eventually, I think. So we'll want to maybe here and here fort and try and control this region as an idea from a macro perspective. For now, we can get over this range. So let's do one attack. We'll do just 2 blesses, or don't really need too much. This guy can come scouting. We'll keep him close in case we want to link him up with the army for whatever reason. I'm gonna try and get a little bit more information. And then the Myru warriors are size 6, so they could displace the size 3 guys in front of them and join them on the squares. So we will get nice front saturation. I think we'll go for the Mighty Pillars as the open. Here we have a really big cap circle though, so that's going to be kind of nice. For this next turn, I think we're going to go with 1 scout. Well, we don't have to... If we do this... We could do 2 scouts as well. And then a few Myru champions. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Alright. Not as much resources as underground, if I recall correctly. And the fact that we get extra income on the underground stuff is, like, not getting utilized by us spawning above ground. Just put those guys back a little bit, link them up. We want to keep this guy somewhat close to the long deads and ghouls because he'll be useful there. And then we'll try and see what's going on elsewhere, where people are at. I think that'll be something that's more valuable in multiplayer generally. And we could either recruit here or we could save up for Sorgina. I think we want to recruit. And then we're not going to recruit Myrus just yet. Because they have a lot more maintenance, and we generally can pick a lot of them up at one time, so we don't, because they don't take a lot of resources, and we have a ton of recruitment points, so these guys, though, are going to be throttled by the holy points we get per turn. We'll pass off the troops. Move this guy back. Now we can continue to get our cap circle here. And go for 3 expand ideas, where one squad will eventually go out this way and grab the forest, hopefully. One will go this way, and then this guy will circle around and grab these 4 locations. We have Therados down here. Well, we still have the heat. I think we'll take this. This way, this guy will research. I think we'll go for... What do we get out of alteration here? Let's go for... There's maybe a world where we want personal stone skin on our guys somewhat early. And we already have some of the alt research, so let's go this into construction 3. So we can prep our guys for thugging. We have enough for a Sorgina. We could do this or try and bank a little bit. We could even recruit a Tartalo. That was... If we were going to fight Jabalba earlier, we were going to kind of lean in that direction, but... She's really good at site searching early on, and fast at researching. Inclined to go with that. We are not getting this up to defense 6 immediately. Hopefully that's not a punt. We'll just have this guy preach. Now this is, unfortunately, in Therados' cap circle. So they're gonna want this. And we ideally want a forest. There's gonna be a lot of surface area to have with Therados. Unless we take this. But if we take 2 locations in their cap circle... Like, if that's a human player, they're not gonna be happy with that, I think. Barbarians do hurt. So we have these guys in front because these guys can wade through them and kind of merge up. 10 units to a square. What's the hotkey for turning off the ambulance noise outside? Really kind of wish we could turn that off. Alright. So we do kind of have it around what we want, where they're going to be merging up. And you can see that size 3 guys be able to get 3 of them to a square, and then 2 of these guys to a square. The Myra warriors on their own will just be not have very good attack density per square, but here they get to split the squares and they get to bop things. I only recently picked this game. Is it possible to play decently without thugs and super combatants, or not really? I think playing without them is probably more optimal than trying to force them, to be honest. That is just like the soup that we're swimming in playing with Pyrene. I think Pyrene just pushes you in that direction. I think that you probably want to do it to some extent, though. I think Stellar Decree is the one that is going to kill a bunch of long deads. We're going to go for this. Is this much income? No. We maybe should have grabbed this earlier. It's a lot of income. We're not going to recruit another Sorgina. We're going to go for the Tartalo, who's not a lot of gold. And will allow us more recruit. To recruit additional one of these guys. And then we'll go for the Bebric's Guard. We should have recruited a scout with this guy, because they're only 1 commander point. But let's start searching. Let's get this guy to come here. He doesn't need to cast Blessing anymore. We can move these guys out, then next turn move them back in. Get them to see an additional combat. And we won't be able to blood hunt, but that's fine. But I think we'll want them, or some composition of them, to help us out to grab that. Or, well, it's still not cold yet, so this still hasn't frozen. So I guess expansion here is maybe a little bit more efficient. Okay, there's Muspelheim. I was worried because it's like required to have those, otherwise the game is unplayable for either high difficulty bots or multiplayer. No, you can completely ignore putting equipment on guys and just use your units and cast pow pow pew pew spells from the backline. We lose a heavy infantry and a Myra warrior. To be fair, expansion's a lot easier up above, so this actually makes our expansion easier. So, do want the priests, because the priests get to do a lot of damage with Stellar Decree here. I think what we'll do is we'll take half of these guys back with us, and a little bit less than half of these guys for the other squad. And then we'll move the priest back with us, or our tender, because we want him to be able to go for the long dead on the other side. We'll switch these guys to entirely blessing, and then we'll go for this. This will be an above ground forest, and then here, I think we'll go for one of these guys, and then start working on a Tartalo. Because these guys are relatively gold cheap. And then we will be able to grab some of these guys. Ooh, did I accidentally do rock throwers last? Please tell me I didn't do rock throwers. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. And then we'll get these up to 6 defense. So next turn we will have our second expansion squad in turn 7. There's Muspelheim's cap. along with a throne right there. So we probably need to think about fighting Therados and Muspelheim. For Therados, we're going to need magical weapons. And Muspelheim, we're probably going to want stuff for killing giants. MP map, but no cave? We didn't start in the cave. I don't know, this seems super scuffed. We input all of the players that we were going to have. And with 12 players, we get 2 underground spawns. But 1 player dropped from the MP, so now it's only 11 players. And we did it twice, and both times we spawned above ground. And Xibalba is below ground, which is really not what we planned with our Bless, because we have Spirit Sight, and from my perspective, Spirit Sight was supposed to help us underground. Because it effectively gives us +1 attack and +1 defense on our guys. Now I think we want to lose that, and so we might have to go back to the drawing board with our Pretender design. If this is... Or maybe it's a coin flip between us and Xibalba, and one of us spawns underground and the other doesn't. I guess we'll take the coin flip. But the underground doesn't seem that big for supporting this. Okay. Lose a few Myru warriors on the barbarians. Or the Wolf Tribe warriors. Yeah, also part of the idea here is that these guys... I think that it's worth thinking of Pyrene in like a hammer and an anvil type of thing. Where these guys are the anvil. They're relatively tanky. And these guys are the hammer. They're squishy, but they do a lot of damage. And so when they share a square, it's pretty nice because half the damage is going to go onto the little guys. But then the big guys go pop, 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 and stuff dies instantly. Big guys are really expensive on the gold, though. Okay. So here we have a new guy. Here, let's copy this, because we're going to port that over to this guy. Actually, we're not. Because we're marching out with our profit, we don't need that ish. So these guys are nice and big. Do this. We'll leave the Mouflons behind for now. And this will be kind of a tough nut to crack. Wait, does this say elephants? No, no elephants. Okay. I think that we could deal with that. 125 gold a turn. That's attractive. We're into that. We will make sure to shore this place up. This is also a forest. Which means in theory we're kind of into it. I think we might be wanting for our recruitment next turn to try and conserve money a little bit. So we're going to recruit these guys, but also look to save on the money. Sayuza, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. What were you playing, my guy? Some Vicky 3? Not sure if you have native access to darkness effects. I do not. Planning on... There's a lot of glamour gems underground, and we get access to Death Indies underground, and so we have access to both darkness and eventually Twilight, or Twilight Darkness, or Pitch Black, or whatever it's called. If you're not going to fight early for the underground, Spirit Sight seems like a limited utility, yeah. So let's say I have a nation that has, I don't know, 12 HP. What are the general ways of protecting from damaging spells? Or in late game, do you just ditch your low HP units? The units that your national units kind of get phased out for magical summons. or these guys become, at very best, kind of just chaff units. But the way you do it is by casting a bunch of spells. Like this guy, we could raise his protection up to like 30 by casting a bunch of spells on him, which makes it so that it's much harder for him to take damage. And so just buffing your troops, troop buffs is a good way to do it. To make them more tanky or just harder to hit. For example, like Percival Misform makes them harder to hit. And that'll protect them. There's various ways. Things you could do. Blood search with this guy. Ooh, keen on seeing what's going on underground a little bit here. Muspelheim, pretty nice spawn location, I think, for him. Let's get these up to 6. Isn't that death and glamour for darkness? It is, but we tend to get death indies, and then we have glamour on our pretender. And underground, at least, you get a lot of magical sites that are earth magical sites that also give you earth plus glamour. So in general, national troops should be phased out by summons, kind of. You should look at your national spells. We can maybe talk about it. Who are you looking at? What nation are you looking at? We could take a quick look at them. So we'll take a look at this battle. This is kind of one of the bigger ones. Divine Blessing, everything gets blessed. And then we need a meat shield. Sacred troops are generally worthwhile to keep making. Yes, depending on your bless. But that's going to be capital only for most nations. Yeah, turn non. Oh, they're shooting the rear, not like this. Okay. A little bit rough. There's not as much attrition here. Oh, I didn't even read that that was gonna be Cav. Kind of big units for us to chuck into. You know what's nice is a lot of this is hills and mountains, so we get a lot of Tartalos. I think we want to fort this for the income. I don't think we're that close to that yet, though. Let's do this, and then a commander. And then as much of this as we can afford recruitment point-wise. And they'll be able to take this. I do think we kind of want to try and gain access to the forest. Here's where, like, the multiplayer Diplo comes into account. Don't want to rumble with Muspelheim. Would love to just snake away to Mudwood. Actually, what we want is to enter the underground eventually. Just because our strategy is kind of built around that. I don't think we're building a fort next turn, but it's possible that we want to start. So, We could either go for, like, next turn for a fort, or go for starting to recruit our mages out of here. But this forest feels very vulnerable. I don't know how I feel about it. Whereas, like, the fort, getting started on it early, I think is kind of okay. So we're gonna move him over. Actually, let's just summon allies. Let's move him over. Let's keep the Mouflin here. The Moofies. So we see Roos down here. So if we're Mustfaheim, what are we thinking in terms of our expansion? Let's take a look at the nation you were talking about. Kirdanog. The Celtic nation. Proper disclosure. Not the biggest expert in this game. Alright, so we have Glamour. We got Glamour magic and Nature magic. So for buffing up your troops, you can think about combination of Bark Skin and Displacement, or Bark Skin and Blur, this type of thing. Makes them harder to hit and makes them quite a bit tankier. Also for quite a good stuff for buffing up thugs or this type of thing. Because you have a lot of good cross paths, I assume. Water plus nature, you get access to Moss Body, and then you get Personal Mist Form and Iron Skin and a whole bunch of this like other stuff at lower levels, but you don't get the AoE stuff as much for your troops, except for like the nature and this type of thing. One thing that can be useful is Dom 6 Mod Inspector. We can come in here, let's kind of clear out some space. And let's specifically start by looking at units. And let's look EA, Turna, whatever. Call an ambulance, but for your enemies once you learn how to comp your... That's Tianchi. Wrong apostrophes. Okay, so here's what we have going on. We'll sort by type. And so this is your Sacred Troops. Hit points 14, protection relatively low. Strong defense skill. Strong attack, but are these guys Glamour? They have Dark Vision, interesting. Stealthy, Iron Vulnerability, and they do have Glamour. So Glamour is going to make them really difficult to hit. Here. Maybe it actually is easier to read chat for you guys if there's something behind it. The white on light gray is not the best. But a lot of your guys, the guys who have Glamour, this is a really strong defensive layer. But these guys will be like relatively chaffy. And then you have Unicorns, summoned with Herd of Unicorns. So these guys, importantly, are Sacred as well. So this tagline, and that means they get the buff. They're also stealthy. Both are stealthy. Very good for raiding. These guys size 3, size 5. You could take a Bless that has stuff that gives them extra defenses if you want to make them tankier. I'm not sure if that's the best way to play it, but if that's your concern. And then 4 thugging. She can roll decent paths. Not gonna have big HP pool though. I don't know if this cross path is good for self-buffing. But with 4, you're going to be able to cast a lot of the battlefield big-ass glamour spells. And so, looking at this as well, there's a lot of temporary battle stuff with glamour that's decent. So this, the Dream Spool, will spawn 2 Warrior Illusions into battle, and then in battles give you a free Glamour Gem. And then with that Glamour Gem in battle, you can... Here, let's make it combat... You know, use it to summon more guys into battle for you. And so you could maybe have a strategy around this. This is kind of the thing I'm thinking about a little bit with my build, though, because we have cheaper items. So stuff like this is interesting. But of the free gem spawning things, this one seems one of the better ones. And this Warrior Illusion, it has 1 hit point. But he's ethereal, and so he's going to be very hard to hit, and then it's free. And if it's free, it's for me, as I like to say. But this will allow you to get more just kind of free guys in there. And so this, you can use this to pad your army. You can be summoning unicorns. You're going to want gems or sinks for your nature gems, because you're going to expect to get a lot of those as well. There is a spell, I forget where it's, I don't know what path it's in, an enchantment spell that gives you a lot of glamour gems, and so investing in something like that is maybe something you'd be interested in. But, yeah. What mod are you using for the base map? This is a specific mod called Treacherous Tortoises, or a specific map. Glamour troops are generally great early, but fall off as opponents get better offensive magic. Yeah, just dying to random AoE. Because you're really hard to hit with regular combat, but you're going to die to AoE, and you're going to die to, if they have a way to, give Spirit Sight or whatever. AI's bad about bringing mages. That's why if you're playing against the AI, you should also be bad about bringing mages. Even the playing field a little bit. I think that we'll actually stop here for a turn. And I think we want to build a fort here soon, so we'll build a Tartalo here. And we can get a bunch of Tartalos up and going way earlier if we're above ground, to be fair. We can preach here. Be a little bit of a menace for Therados, I suppose. Just a slight one, and then... Thank you, Wretch. I also learned more about how to think about the game with this. Yeah, the game feels very phasic, and in general, what's strong is really strongly informed by your mage economy. That's how many mages you have, and your levels of research. So these Myru warriors are spectacular early when we don't have any magic, but they're really expensive on the gold, and their maintenance adds up very quickly. Eventually we want to transition to trying to use a lot more of these guys instead of them, because look, these guys are half as much, or they're twice as much gold, but they can carry a bunch of items. So that's kind of how we want to try and transition. Alright, so that one goes very well. We know that there's not someone right here. We know that this is titled Agraria and this is Griffin Spires. I don't know where our... That's gonna be hard for them to fight. But this might be somewhat open. I'm expecting someone to be up in here, though. The more conservative thing is to try and secure here, rather than go for here and try and swing around and grab as many locations as possible. But we can grab this and then reevaluate and go the other way. So Rus is down here. Let's check in on Mustafheim. Now we're gonna pull this down from the recruitment. And how are we doing on research? Really slow. We need Sorginas. So we're gonna do, this is gonna be our recruitment for a while. Sorginas give you kind of the most research per guy. And then this is relatively soft. Kind of wish we had more troops. Kind of wish we had more troops. We can take a Tataro and the Mouflons we have. It's still not a big mass of them. Our mages aren't useful in battle really yet. Just hoping to reduce casualties of non-free spawn units a little bit. Give us a little more wiggle room. I think we want to conquer down this way. And leave this stuff for Mustafheim. Even though we want to get underground. Just not antagonize more opponents than necessary. And we left it a turn to try and see if we could get smaller rolls on how many units are defending. And we do. So we're turn 9. And in pretty good shape. The underground is way more miserable to expand into, so maybe this is like net good for us. We get that without too many casualties, lose some of our Beck rides here. The Jaguars. Looks like we only lose a few Mouflons here. This is so much easier than expanding underground. Oh. That's my bad. I thought he was a scout. Whoops, I mean, I guess he was a scout of sorts. Alright, so the Mouflon, Goals and Soulish should be soft enough for us to expand into. The Mouflons also all routed. They got into combat and then they bailed, which is generally their MO, but now we can just summon allies here. Yeah, and they just went back this way. They're like, nah, dog. That'll be a no from me. And so next turn, we'll start working on that fort. We could this turn, but I think we want to use our cap turns kind of efficiently to get Sorginas. Not that location. Here. Not that location. Oh. We'll search with her. Okay, so this goes to the island here. There's another one here and another one here. Going above ground. Well, let's get eyesight on that island that we're kind of trying to expand into. Let's link these two armies up. And then we'll be able to send one guy back. Feel good about this right now. Because these armies have, at this point, attrition pretty hard. This army is somewhat attritioned as well. That is something we can take, though. And we know that we're not going to randomly bump a Xibalba army. Actually, they have... We might. They do have, what is it? They are low visibility. I think that now that we're adjacent to Muspelheim, we'll try and get a non-aggression pact with him. And same with these guys. And now we can link up with the better of these two. Send this guy back. Send this guy back. Move both of these guys here. And this should be a high... This is a farmland, so this should be a high income location. So if we can get a fort here, gives us pretty decent control over the area. And now this guy can build palisades. Decent income here. And geographically, it's right between here and the forest. So this will give us a contiguous line to the forest, which is something we're interested in. We will move this guy forward one to build a lab and temple here. So far, nothing too crazy on the indie recruitment, I don't think. This guy can roll 10% of the time into this, but he's not... maybe that's worth it to try and peel off. This guy, I think, is just nature air potential roll. No, he's the guy who has the death roll. So we can break into death there. I think we're going to set up repeated recruitment of Tartalos there as well. Eventually we will probably use a Tartalo to ferry troops over to here. In fact, let's do that now. It'll take them a while to get there. How much are these guys? 55. My kingdom for a guy who can pick up troops that's cheaper than 55, but I guess that's the soup we're swimming in. Think this is turn for us? You have a Barkskin Bless? Well, you can cast Barkskin pretty easily. So, like, as far as Blesses go, I think something that you do not have access to, buffing your troops, like, relatively early on would be better. Sorry, I had missed that comment earlier. What are we looking at for our one-year expansion? We're at turn 11, so 2 more turns. Nice. So, 100 income here. And if I'm Mustfaheim, I don't like this. I think if we were playing in a multiplayer lobby, I would offer Mustfaheim this. We also grab this without too much pain. Now here, you also have access to these guys who are pretty nice. So we could even consider forting that forest if we have access to other forests, and that's a little dangerous for us, maybe. Kind of run into it a little bit. The ice has a bit of a problem. I think we're going to recruit one of these guys, though, to start summoning some moofies here. And then we'll go with the temple first, because I'm expecting to have enough income to make this work. We're going to grab this mouflon here. I don't think we're really have, much of a squad here. I mean, we could move back the guys we just moved forward. We need to spread our dominion over here in order to get the ice path. I don't know if that's that feasible. Okay, let's start scouting downward. I think that this guy preaches, and this guy preaches as well. Well, we could also just go for this. Let's do that. It's maybe a little bit greedy. It feels like you get dogpiled by the AI a little bit. Let's see what's in the north as well here. Nice, we roll double water here. It's gonna be good for us. Gives us access to rain in Evocation 3. If we start fighting Mustfaheim. I think they have fire mages. Also give us a little bit more research speed. Research speed, the Sorginas each give us 17. We're getting 60 research a month. It's almost all... Well, I mean, we also only have 4 guys researching and 3 are Sorginas, but this guy only gets 7 a month is what I'm saying. So, not going to be the best. I'm going to preach here. We would like... Are priests sacred? They are. We might recruit some just vanilla priests. TBH. And try and preach our land bridge here. We will pray for the snow. We get a nap with Mustfaheim. Awesome. So Mustfaheim is not going to be a threat for us. We see Yomi's up in there. Yomi's also maybe going to want cave access. Alright, if we're thinking about this from a multiplayer perspective, they have Spirit Sight, so they function fine in caves. They don't have additional cave income like we do. But also, is this turn 13? Alright, so turn 13, we're gonna count how many locations we've managed to pull up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. This doesn't feel too bad. Especially because we took a little bit of conservative plays here and there. Kind of cosplaying that it was multiplayer. How far are we from construction 3? Not that far. I'm gonna switch to recruiting gentils. And with Muspelheim peaceful towards us, we can work this towards being woods. We're gonna build our lab here, so that when this finishes, we will have a place, but for recruiting more of our shamans. But what has the most income for us? Is this sortable? We can hide the commanders? Alright. So this has good income for us. It's on the coast as well. It eventually is a choke point if we do fight Muspelheim. Trying to think. Right now, we're trying to think of where we want to put forts. It will allow us to relatively low cost go for breaking into fire and death in this way. 1 in 20 to get either one of those. Let's build a Mufi. And 2 turns, or not a Mufi, a Tartalo. 2 turns from now, we will get an opportunity there. So that's Spring Spires. Mighty Pillars is already getting a place. Oh my god. Fisherman Retreat and then Green Coast are our next biggest income places. I think Green Coast is maybe the more vulnerable among them. Oh, this is farmland and forest and river. We have a lot of forests here. This spawn's actually nice for us, I think. I'm not as mad about it. I don't know if we're supposed to build a fort here, though. Or if we're supposed to lock it down. Because we want these guys, which require lab and temple and no fort. Logistically, the communication between these two provinces is also something that's relevant to us. Is there a way to just show gold income on the map? I mean, Fisherman's Retreat is also a choke point. Feels weird just having a bunch of forts right here. I kind of want to fort this, but the income's basically nothing. I know this location in particular has a lot of income. This is another farmland and forest. Ugh. And is a choke point province for us. These units are pretty solid as far as regular units go. 10 gold. 17 protection, and I think they have formation. Oh, they don't have formation fighter, but so let's go here. That'll be our other place that we're gonna put a fort. Right now we're greeting for income, so we're underbuilding units. Or I think we're underbuilding units. I think I don't know about that as much. There's another fort coming in. I can preach. We should have given her orders to retreat. She's gonna be vulnerable. She can pick up the Mufis while she's here though. Searching. I think we want this more than we want this. Yuck, Sinos. I think that this was free from units, so here into here maybe makes a little bit more sense. Looking for Yomi's capital here. We'll come here. The additional recruitment out. We have mages that we could recruit there? No. Something that's really nice is we can park a bunch of gentles here. The thing that's preventing us from recruiting a bunch of these guys is resources. These guys give 25 resources, so eventually we'll just be able to park a bunch there. We get a lot of recruitment points in farmlands, but not a lot of resources, but the Gentles can solve that issue. So I think gold-wise, the unit's kind of undercosted. So we pick this up pretty easy. Go for this. Where's the AI, man? We should be checking how many guys are there somewhat frequently. They haven't finished expanding underground yet. And here we will get another fort coming on up. Muspelheim is not an enemy. And here we will start getting... So right now our eco feels like it's flying. And I think we have construction 3, right? We do not have construction 3 yet. We don't have a lab here. We have a lab here. I think I like moving this guy here. We'll get 1 turn of searching, and then he can do his fort stuff, and he'll be in a bit of a better location to respond to stuff. Yomi's right here. I don't think we need more info. I wonder if it's even good for us to own these 2 locations, or that whether or not we should give Muspelheim a lane to fight Yomi, like from a theoretical sense, and just focus in on this. Because if Muspelheim is friend, so from a macro strategic perspective, if we were playing with humans, I think we should actually give this to Muspelheim. And then have this, like, split kingdom here, where we have 1 choke point, 2 choke points, because there's going to be ice forming across this bridge, and 3 choke points total for so many locations, other than the fact that we have to worry about the coast. So the underwater nations are part of the issue for us. Xibalba decks us, unsurprising. So now we could repeat recruitment on these guys. We also have access to Myru champions out of here, who might make more sense. Upkeep is more expensive than these guys. These guys are more expensive, but then their upkeep is smaller because they're sacred. Just alternate. Try and keep in mind that we have that there. Now we're gonna get our forest recruitments, and these forest recruitments are gonna feel really safe. I guess here and here, we maybe consider forting. Here maybe makes the most sense. I wish it was colder here. Do that. That'll weed out some negative events, and kind of a little bit concerned. Okay, so we got Lanka over here. So Lanka is going to be on the other side of Muspelheim. Lanka, Muspelheim. This guy, we can get a turn of searching. We could swing this guy back down, to be honest, as well. do this. Maybe we like just all these Mouflons just sitting here to help defend the province. They are free. Free on the maintenance. So, our spending is kind of keeping up. We don't have much expenses. Is there a world where we want to spam these guys? Let's take a look at what we have here as well. Myru warriors will get swamped. Mouflons in particular we want for fighting Xibalba. We need to be able to get troops over. I'm gonna build stuff to be able to recruit these guys here. If we want to save some cash, we might want to switch to getting some backride shamans. I think we have them coming out of here, though. We have construction 3. Let's go alt 3, conjuration 3. You playing multiplayer, Shiny? No, but this is going to be the map we play on. We did a bunch of practice runs when there were 12 players, and every single time we were underground, one player dropped. So we were in 2 players switched to water. And so we were doing a practice run for this, and both times we loaded up, we got an above ground spawn. Which isn't exactly what we wanted, but this is feeling pretty comfortable. I don't know if we could get this in multiplayer. I think that in multiplayer, we probably let these 3 locations stay with Therados. Not wanting to pick a fight early. I mean, we don't have a means by which we can fight them very easily as well. But they're in their cap circle. Well, I mean, we could fight over these locations, or we could just give it to them. And that Mustfaheim in particular, leaving this lane open in both directions is maybe to our benefit. And so not owning these 2 locations maybe makes sense. Even versus AI, maybe this makes sense too. It's not like that much more income, and it's slightly more consolidated might make sense, but these forests are valuable to us. So if we can have safe forests, it's going to help us a lot. So trying to kind of think in a multiplayer mindset while we're playing not multiplayer. Get a kind of a little bit of a look at what they're using. A lot of the sacreds, a lot of scorpions. What? We had a non-aggression pact. I thought we were cool, bro. I mean, I think this makes sense for him to do. Having what is it, 3 in 40 chance of breaking it into a new path is particularly attractive. But we want to get some of these guys as of wands. Did we delve too greedily and too deep? I mean, we have a really high percentage of the map here owned. There's like, I think it was 177 locations that are land, and then like 19 sea locations. Take a look at the mod. 177 land, 19 sea, and if I recall correctly, there were 17 underground. So how's that divide out? So 36 plus 177, so that's 200 plus 7 plus 36, so 243. 243 divided by 11 players. How much land is too much? So 22 locations on average per player. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We are actually below rate, but there's a lot of stuff owned by independents still with AI. See Kailasa over here. Oh, we just went into the abyss. This other spot just leads out here, which is going to be claimed by the underwater nations, I think. Or this last place that you pop your head up, so... Actually, I don't know why we went back down, now that I think about it. Let's try and get more information this way. A fort here could make a lot of sense as well. I think this is where we look to park an army. We have this squad ready to fill that function. We're gonna need mages as well. To go with the army. Nice. A little bit extra map move. One of these guys is going to need to forge a Dwarven Hammer. This guy searched? He can come here or here and search. I think we maybe like here and search, because we're going to have a fort here. And then, so, we'll build instead a lab. Set up for that guy. And then we maybe get ready to concede Mudwood. Or I'm not sure we want to... If we want to park an army here and an army here... Actually, no. It makes sense for us to try and hold here. Because this will eventually give coverage to Henwood. If we hold... these 3 locations. Just trying to figure out the way to minimize surface area against Muspelheim. Well, actually, we have Indies here, so we have to hold this. I don't know why I'm doing that. So we're gonna get more Moofies. The Moofies don't have, or these Tartalos don't have any equipment. A little bit grim. This guy's currently constructing palisades, so we might want to at the very least build a temple over there. So let's start being about that. You know what they say, don't talk about it, be about it. have a little bit of bank, and we need to somehow prepare for a war over here. Actually, we need resources over here. We can search here. This guy can build a lab there. Because I like the idea of recruiting these hoplites. I think this unit's just undercosted. Or you get a lot of anvil for your hammers, so Battle in the Abyss. Nice. Oh wait. Whoa, why is the map all revealed now? What the frick? Wait, what the hell? Oh, bro, did I fuck up the game setup? Oh, you only needed one Throne of Ascension. Okay, well, we can at least deconstruct this and then talk about our Pretender a little bit. And try and figure out... So Muspelheim didn't expand at all into this back end. And he was bordering Rus and Ermor. Yomi... What's this huge dead zone about? What the hell? I guess Rus could have expanded in that direction. Lanka was. Kailasa, where's their cap? Right here. Disgusting. Okay, we had way more locations than any of the AI. Is there a way to keep playing? Probably not. God, that's obnoxious. Lab for this guy for next turn, and then he'll search there as well. She got her search off. I mean, we were trying to figure out what was going on, but now we really understand what's going on. Therados didn't believe in expansion. They only took one location. Oh no, they took all this too. And then Atlantis is over here. I'm just completing the turn in case it lets us keep playing, but I don't think it will. Bro, lame. Definitely my bad, but... think there was a Maverni player? No, there's not. There's Kalasa, there was Lanka, there was Tianchi. Is there a hotkey for adding a new player? N. Okay, cool. There's a Rus player. There's also Theodoro and Atlantis. Rus. I think we already put in Airmore. There's Mustfaheim. Baratos. I think we already have Kailasa in here. So it should be 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gibulba. Let's take a look at the load on this. But we did want to rework our pretender. Maybe we could actually just do that in here. So, if we're not fighting underground, Spirit Sight kind of feels dead. I do like our magical paths still, though. So what do we do with an additional 4 points? Well... we could take an extra reinvigoration and 2 extra heroism. That's like the knee-jerk response. I think we wouldn't mind an arcade command. In particular, this would allow us to put some magic units in with our better guy. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to throw them in. Enchanted Blood is interesting, but we have really high HP Sacreds. So the flat HP gain when we're eventually casting Regeneration seems less attractive. Well, above ground, we 100% just expanded fine. I'm thinking of throwing this off in exchange for a new path and something else. Some other idea. God, I already recorded a video for this pretender too. Is there anything in here we really like? I mean, it could just be like multiple defense skill. I don't think we're getting... We could even go for 4 for something else. Is swiftness good? I really don't know how good swiftness is. This gives us defense. I don't know what more likely to strike first in combat is. But we could do this. We could also take shock resistance. I have no practice on the extra movement speed though for scripting. I think I'm just gonna punt really hard if I do that. Shock resistance. Double heroism. Feels bad. Oh, it just feels like we're circling around over and over for the same ideas. At a certain point, the reinvigoration is just too much, though. When we cast, like, Strength of the Earth, or the Strength and Earth power, we get +4 reinvigoration, then we have, like, 6, and we are almost net positive reinvigoration after encountering encumbrance. So I don't think additional reinvigoration is that attractive. We need more spreadsheets for this game. Don't tempt me with a good time. We could do this. Oh, we would have to do something else. Yeah. It's 200 point difference, yeah. We could even go for incarnate only thing, but with... like, we're trying to use our guys for thuggery, so magic weapon's not that good. Like, recuperation's interesting. So is displacement. I don't think we want to scuff our thing. We could take solar weapons or whatever. Spend a spirit state. You know, it's kind of funny. Blood Surge and solar weapons together is a little bit interesting because Blood Surge is really bad against undead, and solar weapons is good against undead. This is a little bit interesting. Allow us to get a lot more morale. I think we already have the issue is we don't want anyone but this guy to lead the troops. He doesn't get to lead magic troops. That would let him lead 10 magic troops, but it's only 10. Because this guy has inspirational too. Seems like a lot of points for some morale on our summons. And morale's not necessarily an issue for us. Could take Farcaster. I mean, we're mainly trying to buff ourselves and get in there, so that seems bad. What does Arcane Finesse even go? Do we think some of our opponents are really into casting a bunch of those spells? Does this make sense? I think we just let it ride, because I think there's a chance we spawn underground. Alright, we will not scuff up the ascension points thing. I decreased that to 0, and that's why that game ended. But this is also probably better practice. Yeah, I don't know how we're supposed to change that. Yeah, I was looking for spreadsheets for the game, but I couldn't find any. I was like, what is this? Alright. We're close to the cave here. We're adjacent to a bunch of different locations. This looks nice. I actually like this a lot. And we're on a choke point. Or semi-choke point. I actually enjoy the spawn quite a bit. Alright. Let us blood hunt with that guy. Could either get one marginal guy there, or we could get one more scouts. I think we do this. Alright. Very soft. Oh, but heavy cav. Do we have anything we want to catch lances? Not a lot of troops, though. I think these guys are a little bit spooky. Malicious heavy infantry is light infantry. Should we light work? But I think we want... In terms of thinking of it in terms of expansion veins, we have the vein directly to the right, we have the vein leading to the cave, which is right here, and we have this vein, which we would want to do last because we go north and then here. I think south looks best, because we're going to have the highest density of units with dark vision, like for our expanders, here with all the vanilla dudes. So we'll do that. Also, I didn't want to give these guys quickness, because then they are going to break formation with the other dudes. Yeah, or swiftness, or whatever it is. Okay. We got... Tempted to take Tartalo here. So we will get kind of not the most recruitment of dudes. And then we're going to expand to the left last, so let's send our scout there first. Instead of the Tartalo, we could also get two scouts. Instead of this guy, we could get a scout and start a Tartalo, which would let us recruit one more Myro warrior this turn. kind of into that. Then we could even get started on this guy and utilize the holy point. Yeah. I think we're into that. Okay. That's turn. Only lose a couple of Myra warriors. Not exactly the guy we wanted to lose, but... And now this Blood Hunt guy will chase down the army and feed them a few extra troops when it makes sense. Oh, I thought the Myru was going to complete this turn. Womp womp. The Tartalo, we have one additional commander point here. Let's repeat this recruitment. Don't want to immediately recruit these additional Myrus because we're not going to be marching out on the next turn or the turn after with our next squad. So, don't want to pay the upkeep on them. We'll send this guy south. Oh, I think this squad's actually difficult for us. So, we can audible, wait a turn, then go after it. Or we could go to the north, secure more of our cap circle, and leave this for something else. I think we go to the north. I don't want to attack into that ish. And then these guys get to link up right away. And that'll just make things a lot smoother, I think. Maybe I'm paranoid and maybe we can take it, but there's a much safer plan here that's maybe only slightly worse. What is this? This is Dominions. The sweatiest auto battler of all time. We'll show you a battle. Ooh, we lose so many Myra warriors. What the hell is that? That's actually real bad. Oh, they weren't on hold and attack. No. I punted so many dudes. Oh, that's real bad for us. That's real bad for us, chat. It's fortunate that some of these expos is real soft. I punted, chat. I'm sorry for my sins. They shan't be forgiven. Okay, so we have an additional commander point here. I think we're going to recruit another one of these guys. And then start stacking up the Myro for the subsequent squad, which I think we're gonna spin south into these Ghanas. This guy can start summoning. Okay, so this is farmland. We're probably fording here because we want to... Let's see what's in the south. If we had more gold, we'd go for Sordina. Let's cancel one of these guys and go for the amount of defense required to avoid bad events. Oh god, I'm so stupid. I thought he was a scout. I hate that the scout looks... This is our champion, this is our scout. The difference is the champion has a helmet. Alright. That was my bad as well. Not like this. Well, scouting of a kind, huh? We'll go into these. We have a little bit of extra resources. We're planning on sending this next squad underground. We'll take a few fewer Myru champions. Here. And then we'll alt 2 first, and then construction 3. This is our scout that was heading this direction, not like this. In my head, we sent a scout over there, but we didn't. It was all just lies. I'm gonna recruit Tartalos. Where to do it, though? Much more likely to fort this. It's a little bit more forward. We could do that. You know, I think recruiting these scouts super hyper early is maybe punty. Because the marginal units on some of these squads is useful. There we go. Finally a battle that feels good. Don't lose anything. So these guys are supposed to fill the gaps, basically, in this other squad. And so because they're splitting the squares, this is a little bit better for us. We get more attack density per square. And also, since the attacks could go to either of these guys in this square, it allows us to protect the giants a little bit. The giants go bob and they kill things. Okay, well, that we can't take in an immediate fashion. A little bit lame to walk back up, but I think that's the play. Unless it's to just go into these Ghanas. Oh, I think it's to attack into the Ghanas. We don't have the Ghanas for that. We need huevos. Shoot. I mean, this is like a 3-location choke, so it's not actually a proper choke. Building a fort here and here, and then stacking a lot of defense in this forest, and then not forting it makes sense, but also forting it is probably sensible. I remember these guys just being so killy, though. And the squad we have cooked here, cooked up here, is like, maybe not big enough. I mean, the extra priest will help. I remember these guys being so killy. Let's actually just do something hyper-conservative here. Gonna link up the armies and use them both. I think this is gonna significantly slow down our expansion, but I think that it's ultimately not the end of the world. We'll cut these guys out. We'll start on the Sorgina recruitment. We'll get one Sorgina. Ah, do we really not have the recruitment? We don't have the cards. Damn it. Well, we won't recruit another one then. We want to make sure that we get... But we'll actually idle our cap here. That way we can recruit Sorgina next turn. Okay. Oh my god, I'm stupid as hell. I forgot to take all the troops with us. No. I almost want to raid. This honestly feels so scuffed. Alright, let's keep the free spawn here. Ooh, the most expensive guys with. Alright, she can start searching for sites. We're gonna have a really slow start here. Mustfaheim. Our nemesis. Okay. It's okay, we're okay. We have Ghanas. We will kill the Ghanas. Alright. I think this is going to be our first fort. Go with something like this. After this turn, I wonder if this guy will be able to make it back. If he can make it back, we could have a squad for him. And if not, we could have a slightly bigger squad. Alright. The subsequent turn. So I think I'm okay with that. See how far Mustfaheim is getting up into here. We probably should ask Mustfaheim, inquire even, why he is all up in our Kool-Aid when he is unaware of what flavor it even is. Yeah, so that guy being able to march back is really nice here, so we will be able to go for not a Sorgina, but one of these guys, and then as many of these guys as we can afford. Still, this feels real bad. It's scuffed a bunch of ways, but elephant riders, I think we'll be okay. Let's take a look at this battle though, because alright, first of all, we lost one guy. Are these... Should I not have been spooked of these guys earlier? Or is it just because we're bringing so many dudes? They're undead. Low HP. Why is it when these guys are underground, they're freaking unkillable? And they have... Yeah, so these ethereal guys are more of what we're concerned about. Because they'll only get hit a quarter of the time. But we have 3 priests here. This battle, so we punted a lot in a bunch of spots. Yeah, but these guys will take forever to kill. Notice the monkeys get killed, they get bopped instantly, and the other guys really tough. So yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, damn it. She's gonna die. What the hell? Alright, so there's some sort of death thing going on there, very likely. Mine of superior iron, extra resources. I don't think we have any indies worth writing home about at this point. Alright. So he's gonna help with the research. There's Kailas's cap. Let's try and see if who's in the north. Looking for Mustfaheim's cap. Holy smokes, that beard rocks, dude. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Whoa, that's a lot of attrition here. It's because the elephants are super killy. Yeah. What size are the elephants? Did we punt? No, they're 9, so they're gonna trample no matter what. We maybe should have like set up archers because they have really low morale, the elephants, but whoa. I guess we maybe don't go underground immediately. Let's grab some territory. It is cold, so we will be able to go from here to here probably next turn, hopefully. So let's try and do this. And this guy now needs to bless, because we're not going to be able to bless the battlefield. We'll take his Muflin with him. Looks like Muspelheim died to some Indies. So that next turn he can reinforce the priest here. How many rock dudes do we have? Clubmen. Let's go for 3 more, and then as much heavies as we can afford here. So Rus is near Muspelheim. Muspelheim's cap's not in the south though. Where are you, bud? Tempted to actually... Is there a way we can afford a Sorgina? Probably not. But the north looks pretty open to us. I think last time we had an issue of overexpansion. Get a nice expand here, and the freeze is in. And then Mr. Muflin Man. Do you know the Muflin Man? The Muflin Man? The Muflin Man, the one who lives on Muflin Lane? I know the Muflin Man. So he'll do this. Link up with this guy. Looks like Baritos is there. Baritos... Happy that Baritos is not where Kailasa is. Don't want to deal with the menace of getting attacked like that. Alright. Here we will also try and... Oh. Only meant to do 6 there. Whoops. We're recruiting another Tartalo. We don't need any more of this. We just want to make sure we get our Sacreds constantly coming out. So we can switch back to Sorgina. We're not very close to the next level of construction, so per turn on our capital, she's going to give us the most recruitment. So we'll probably be on this for a couple turns. So yeah, this expansion's going to overall be kind of weak. But do feel very safe at least. I feel like we have low choke points, very few adjacency to any enemies. We get to see what the Muflin Man is. Do you see the new Byzantium name? Basilia Romion? I thought you meant the Southern Roman Empire. It is in the south. I forgot to adjust the script on these guys. Whoops. A little bit yikes. Pleased to see the guys, the Muflins actually do work, routing the commander. The Muflins very keyly are free units for us. Yeah. Let's get the Myro and the Bebrix guards where they should be. And we have a decent chunk of moofs. I think we go around this way. Get the last thing in our cap circle. Do we have any recruitable things in these that we're interested in? Not really. Kind of low-rolled indies a little bit, I think. Even these guys are, like, nothing to write home about. How'd that battle go? I think that one was pretty good as well. They lost a Myru warrior. Myru warrior, big, thick clubman in the back. These guys rout by the looks of it. Yeah. Here's our problem. We don't want a war with them, but we want their land. It's a tale as old as time. We do not border anyone else, though. Muspelheim lost the location over here. The thing is, this exposes all of this. Maybe we'd be a little bit sneaky, do one of these, and then ask them if they want a non-aggression pact. Muspelheim's cap. A little dangerous for us to step onto the caps. I think we'll work our way over there, because there is an entrance to the cave over there. And we want more information on the cave layer. We have a couple things we could do. We could send out a Sorgina to start scouting this stuff. I think I like the idea of that. Increase our gem income. So we get an eye at their bless. We lose some moofies. Take out Theranos. Let's see how the moofies died. Moofies are undisciplined, trying to get a better eye for their behavior. We're just stacking them in the rear generally, but I think we maybe need to stack them further down. They do soak some damage. They do their job. Moofies are free, so... And now this gentleman could just go back to spawning moofies. See that guy there. I don't think we want to war both the water nations. I think this is a really creative way to punch super hard. But we do get to the cave layer. And I think this squad could attack into the Bokonos there. We do have to keep an eye out for... It's an interesting thing. There's so many land bridges created by access to cold scales. Cold scales really increases surface area by a lot, which is got ups and downs, rights and lefts, wrongs and something. I think we skipped the Sorgina to recruit a fort here. Because this is a lot of income. And strategically, this is a really nice spot for a fort. We can grab the forest And we're interested in maybe putting a fort there anyways. So let's see their bless. What do they have? Morale, magic resistance, penetration bonus, spirit sight, combat, farcaster, awareness. It's a lot of points worth of bless. Magic resistance, I think, is 2. Penetration, I think, is 4. They have an astral mage. Spirit sight, astral death at the very least. Spirit sight, I think, is another 4, so that's a 9. Combat casters, maybe like 4. I guess not as many points as what we went for. Something big with astral death, though. I'm gonna check some of our locations, see where the income's at. These two, pretty high income. So forting there can make a lot of sense. Virtually no income on some of those. We have to be a little bit concerned about him. Also, don't want his dominion spreading. It causes death. A little gem income for ourselves. There's a Moofy. Blizzard Warriors may be softer later. Wow, so soft down here. I think we just loop around and grab all 3. Oh, we overwent by a turn, so we grabbed 2 locations this turn, so excluding those 2 locations, how do we do it on the expo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. For as scuffed as it felt, 13 doesn't seem that bad. Going over here, there's an entrance to the underground there. And we are working on a fort already. This is something worth us investing in. It's such an expensive unit. They're really bad against archers. I guess that maybe that's something we can be into doing. I think we want to recruit more Tartalos in general. I'm trying to figure out where's the safest forest. For us to try and put some infrastructure on and recruit guys out of. We would love a forest that's just like in a pocket. I think this forest is maybe not safe, but it is one that we would maybe want to stack units in or value controlling really highly. The most straightforward and just being by the capital, I guess, is this. We'll start building some infrastructure there. Summon, grab a Moofy there. Or a Tartalo. I mean, being underground and Or being above ground and being able to get a bunch of Tartalos is actually pretty nice. I don't want to... We want to be a little bit careful about overproducing them. I think we also want to start getting these guys, so we'll get on that. Put one more of those guys in the queue. So, how are we doing? Construction is coming in pretty soon. I think we want like 3 Gentles, and then we'll switch back to Sorginos. And they'll create equipment for the Tartalos. How's this? She will abandon the Mufi the second she smells danger. I'm bad about this. Get a border again with Mustfaheim. Not the easiest expansion. It was 90 before. I think we can fight into that. And we maybe want to try and get a fort down here. Are any of these high income that are in the south? I guess Abbey is. And this is. Just trying to think about fort placement. Go temple first here. Useless on the PD. Amazons would be nice, but we're so far away from that. I don't think we could reliably try and take that. Trying to decide which one of these as a fort first makes more sense. Really hoping for some better indies. I suppose maybe we want a fort here, because it's a choke in a lot of different ways. And we have a lot of forests. We're not going to leave all of these unforted. But if we fort here, we're going to have the lizardmen recruitment anyways. We're gonna start building up the Tartalo numbers. Yikes. Kind of was expecting to attrition a decent chunk there, though. There's just too many of the enemy. Oh, yikes. They get in on the commander, kind of. But they rout, okay. Yikes. Okay, those we can't expand into. I don't know if we're supposed to attack Cold Hollows or wait for him to deck us. It's not like we... Well, we have a decent sized squad. But I think that versus the AI, like... They feel a little bit dogpiley in general. So... We'll maybe try and be a little bit careful about it. And Tianchi is there? Perfect. Yeah, this has these guys, which I think we're super fine just spamming because this gives us opening into Astral. So we'll work this guy up there once he's done. So I think we build a temple here. But also, use the Forgotten Woods. We forgot about it. There's probably someone over here. Tianchi's probably over here-ish. Try and find them. I think we'll play to maybe turn 24, try and see how the expo goes, and maybe try and rethink our pretender. I really liked it when Spirit Sight felt relevant and useful. I don't like that it feels super dead on our bless. Like, not spawning is miserable. Alright, well. Omar is here somewhere. Got a lab and a temple. We will head up this way. And then from here, we'll start recruiting these guys. We'll put them on repeat until we get an air one. The air one will be able to forge owl quills for us on the cheap. I think we could preach with this guy. And then this guy is here to construct Palisade. Also decent income for a forest, so... Unfortunately, I don't think that cave cows are really good against Jibaba. Otherwise, we could try and secure some cave cows. This is the divide between the north and the south, and if he doesn't have this location, we could maybe cook. Let's try and see if there's a world where we can just stick a bunch of stuff here and it works out. And we get half the cave, and then I think a decent expansion up here, where we have very little surface area with Muspelheim, and with other nations as well, but like a lot of locations. But we do have to worry about Therados here. Which, like, maybe this is gonna be the hardest part, is handling, like, the Diplo of these things. Really kind of disappointed with our indies. We don't have, like... We only have one batch of indie mages we're interested in. Basically, which is these ones. No chance of breaking into Fire or Death. Even down here as well. So... I think we maybe want Evocation 2. For trying to deal with them in the south. And let's get this guy headed down there. And then this guy now can forge a Dwarven Hammer. It's probably... Oh, gem income feels so bad. It's so much higher underground. Underground has a lot of gem income in general. Us not spawning underground, I'm still feel some kind of way about it. Okay. Oh, and this is G-Baba's cap circle. Wow. Alright, so Pale One's not the best PD for us to try and park an army on. Looking for places that can recruit Tartalos close to there. We will have one of these Gentils move so he can search, and the other one will forge a Dwarven Hammer with his Dwarven Hammer, getting minus 4 on the gem cost. So is Dwarven Hammer 15? I thought it was 10. Alright, fair enough. Then we need a lab here. We'll see what else G-Bob is up to. Very committal, but we could build a temple. I think we will not. This is, the Cold Hollows seems like the critical, like, linchpin location of the underground. I think that G-Bob can just fly over us, though. So that is something we have to care about. We're at war with them, so we're gonna try and... Actually, that's irresponsible, because they might take these provinces, and we'll just lose out on the recruitment cash, I think. That's how it works. Not 100% sure, but... She'll bring up some Mouflins with her. Deposit them over here. The Moof squad. We could probably expand into this, but against the AI, they get kind of uppity. Now, 22 locations is the average. We have 4 here, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We get the rest of the underground. That'll be slightly above the average, so this will be a decent size base for our power. We'll play till turn 24, I think, we mentioned. Some air gems. I don't know why she hasn't gotten any new afflictions. Disease resistance may be helping out. Build a lab, then this guy can search, because he doesn't have access to his hammer yet, and then this guy will need to build another hammer for the gentle that's about to finish. Still kind of somewhat passively recruiting up. I think we need to be a little bit less passive here. I think the nets will actually do okay against him, so we'll recruit a bunch of net men. These guys will summon cave cows. We're not necessarily... I think we're kind of into it. Do want to give this guy a hammer. And now, every month he can forge an owl quill for 2 air gems. And first op-cap mages are starting to get recruited. Kind of a little bit slow on that, but I feel like we have a lot of forts coming up, so we'll be in good shape soon. Oh wow, we cut them off too. This is really bad for Jibaba. The thing is, they're gonna have probably an Awake Pretender soon, and we will not, or they already have one. Let's take a look at this battle. Expecting from the AI also to be much better at raiding. These guys are trying to conquer adjacent provinces. We have some of the province defense in here. And they're gonna drop in. I think I maybe scripted that a little bit wrong, they don't even have any of the bats to drop in, actually. It is nice that we have poison resistance against this guy. Good against the giant scorpions. What did these guys do? Nothing. Nothing? Or they weren't scripted to attack the rear. Alright, so... these guys in the far rear are going to be very nice. I think that we're gonna also move this guy up inside there, so that if they drop in with their dudes, it's way less of a vibe. We'll get some summoning going. She could search. This guy will just summon allies for now. Did Theranos ever respond to our missive? Oh, they did. We have a non-aggressive path. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, we let Muspelheim take all this. Seems reasonable. Getting a lot of back rides here. I think next turn we recruit a bunch of those dudes. And we can forge another Dwarven Hammer, because this guy doesn't have one. We can move this guy to a place where we're putting up a fort. Putting up a palisade here, but we don't have... but we do have stuff there. Alright, so let's move this guy. Trying to make use of his turns. Actually, wait. We have an extra Dwarven Hammer. What are we doing? I'm going crazy. so we will start building equipment. Would we rather summon them here or summon them over here in the fort? Probably the fort, but I think there's a decent chance we fort this too. Or maybe not. Let's give out our quill as well. +5 research for each of those. We're gonna get 1 a turn. Ah, that guy needs the... He needs the hammer. We were correct. We didn't have as many hammers as we needed. Picking up some gems here from events. Don't have any water gem income yet. A little bit grim, maybe. Get quite a bit of it underground. I always want to try the game, but it looks archaic and has a high learning curve. It does look archaic, and it does have a high learning curve. No, like, special reassurance here. But, like, also, it's like, I don't know, I think the reason that people like Paradox games, there's, like, similar reasons to like this game, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. We have a ton of income. We can start... I'm not even building a fort here right now. Let's start on that. We actually probably don't need the preaching as bad. So let's build some palisades. And then this guy builds a lab. And this will be the first guy we give equipment to. Stay behind troops is risky bisky. So the Zots can jump in from behind. Alright, this is unsurprising. Yeah. So Jibab is proper scuffed here. Now we got this, we'll do the helmet next. Hot damn, we got another one of those guys. We're gonna switch to the females. So we're gonna need another hammer. This is pretty valuable for us here. We got a lot of mages, we don't have them scripted. We're just gonna add a little bit more of that. And then get out as much of this as we possibly can here. Okay. And then we got the helmet. Let's add the bracers. Nice, we roll double water. I'm gonna send her underground immediately. Is that what we want to do with her? Let's research with her. Be excellent for researching, but the first thing we want to do with these guys is we do not have an astral site searcher. We're going to start site searching immediately. There's Tianqi's capital. I think we don't know who's in the crevasse? It must be like Lanka. Why did I even recruit this army? Where's it going? What's the idea? Grab this. Okay. Not worth. We'll keep, someone else will pick up these guys eventually. This forest is going to be one we want to put a decent amount of defenses on, so having our free spawn come out of here is not terrible. Alternatively, we could construct a fort here. I think we have a couple forts still coming up. This fort's actually really nice. Let's upgrade it. Actually... Mustfheim, my bro. How are we feeling? He's got a lot of troops there. If he takes our province, it'll brick what we have going on, so... It'll be hard for him to siege it, though, with the two Mouflins, and part of the reason we wanted to move these guys out here is because they can recruit troops at a decent rate. We do want Construction 4 for the better recruitment. Construction 2 is okay though. We have stuff that we could summon with that, so but then maybe we want Construction 4. We'll go for Conjuration 3 right now though. I'm sure if I put time in I would enjoy it. Yeah, depending on what like life situation looks like, that can kind of like inform like what games make sense to play. Someone was like commenting that they like weren't having fun learning a Paradox game, and they just like kind of wanted to like arrive, and then my general response is like was kind of like, if you don't enjoy the process of learning the game, like Paradox games are actually probably not for you, to be honest. Ah! Oh, well that's just rude. Yeah, stupid sailing, they are gonna be obnoxious. So they came from like over here. Well... I mean... if we're gonna do that... We're gonna do that type of thing. That's kind of annoying because they can get me and I can't get at them. Just continue to summon dudes. I think we're... what do we have on equipment? Ah! We're not using as many quills as we should. We also do have another hammer. This guy's got a hammer, so we have the proper number of hammers. We're gonna need to pick up some extra air gem income somewhere, because I think we're underwater per month. Oh no, wait, we're even per month with what we have going on. And what did we have? We have the full gamut of gear. For Jibaba, we had a plan. The plan was the Hammer of the Mountains. And they attacked us, even. Kind of what we're expecting, but keen on seeing how well these guys perform. Don't have flyers, so don't have the signature move here, just the Beck rides that run in and get swamped. They brought a bunch of longbowmen. So this is just a merc squad that's gonna die. Yeah, so this isn't good, like, or useful. So we get palisades done there. Do we not have another... Have need of shaman. To go build mage infrastructure here. Maybe not 100% important. The fort just by itself is giving us more income. We can summon allies here. We do have that on repeated recruitments. This guy is not exactly the best researcher. And a little bit concerned about this in general down here. This. Oh, we already gave out our thing, but on a per cost basis, are these guys better researchers for us? Yeah, they're a little bit better researchers than our regular shamans. So, us spamming them makes sense. But also we want them to search. Got a lab built. We'll add temple here. So we are gonna have a fort here eventually. Shaman can do this. We are building palisade. Yeah, let's just summon guys. Getting a decent chunk of them a turn. This guy will summon as well. This, but just standing on here might just give us decent looks at what the enemy's doing. We're not interested in that. So we have enough to afford another fort. I think Silver Fang's somewhat attractive. Here's also kind of attractive, especially because extra defense, it's gonna be really hard to raid. I think we also might want to fight this guy eventually. Actually, this doesn't have surface area with any fronts. So going after this might make the most sense even. And then a fort here. Muspelheim is also going to be able to bridge this gap and be annoying. Oh, I'm sorry. More area income. I guess it's not bad, but... do this. Whoops, meant to have this guy in the back. This guy, plan is to have him peel back and bop flyers with the Hammer of the Mountains, which does an area of effect stun. We don't have very good AoE damage availability here, but that'll at least stun the entire square. And in particular, these undisciplined guys are going to advance to where the Myru warriors are as the battle starts. And so we will have additional guys in each square. Cave cows kind of interfere with that, actually. So we'll do that. Palisade should be getting close to finished. Oh, forge more clockwork. Haven't heard back from the dude. Just gonna prepare for maybe a little bit of a fight. Forge bracers. Monthly. Let's forge breastplate. Monthly. Alright, she's nice because she's water 2, so I think we might use her to run around and site search. Water 2, Earth 2. It's gonna push up our thing, and he can do helmet on the monthly. This guy, we wanted to build a fort here. Yeah, the fact that Berry Toast can range us here is a little bit obnoxious. We'll do that. We'll come here. And then this guy can do research. We'll start handing out some of those. Actually, you know what? We want to search astral sites a little bit faster. It's not like this guy gives a ton of research. Give us an idea of what Xibalba is doing. Ego feels pretty good though. We're not recruiting really high gold units like these guys, and instead spamming like commanders more, especially these guys. Why don't we do this to get a little bit more Mouflons in the area? Because we're not sure how Muspelheim is doing things, but the Mouflons, as far as I understand siege strength, I don't really understand sieging that well, but siege strength, these guys give a decent chunk of siege strength, and they are free, so they don't take any upkeep. And so just summoning a bunch here to defend the fort is going to make the fort really a huge pain in the ass to take. Let's get this guy out of here, though. Our prophet needs to leave, because we're gonna take a throne soon. We hope. We can have one of these guys pick up some cave cows. Most of our gold maintenance is in that location, or is starting to be more and more in that location. Alright, let's go Alteration 4. And then Construction 4. Abandoned Lab. So we get a free lab here. That's nice. Let's actually build a temple there, too, then. Are we getting extra PD there? Let's get her into someplace a little bit safer. Let's get this guy hang down. This guy will just search. Right. And then here you can build palisades. Now I understand. That was a forest. We wanted to keep it not upgraded. Well, it's a forest that's kind of annoying to defend. I don't know exactly where Baratos came from as well. They have a really big sailing range. Baratos is actually hyper obnoxious on this map, holy shit. Because they get to sail, they can sail over 2 squares, so Baratos is anywhere in here. Oh. I don't think we want a fort there, then. I think we want a fort here. Or here. This reduces surface area. But I think we don't want our Throne of Ascension to be raidable that easy. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, Death 4 is miserable. Bops are dying. Greeks are dying. I don't think we ever heard back from this guy. I think we would be content to fight him. Just not quite yet. I'm not being good about equipping these quills. We're just overforging them. I mean, eventually we'll have the mage quantities coming in. Oh, this guy can use one right now. Fantastic. How much research are we getting a turn? 150? It feels pretty good. We are on year 24 though. So we have decent income, low maintenance, still building up infrastructure, still trying to transition from regular units to mages. Don't really have too active conflicts. The more conflicts get active, the more we will spend like gold to recruit units. And the more passive things are, the more we're gonna like lean on free spawn. I don't think that this is possible in multiplayer though, so maybe this is bad practice. Where we are having these great big stacks of dudes. I would not want to fly into this though. With G-Baba. Or I'd not want to fly attack rear, which is kind of... We wanted some sort of plan for this, but you're just attacking into a bunch of undisciplined dudes that are going to gold-wise trade up, I think. And then our regular squad attacks. And then that guy in the back kind of tries to solve our issues. Attack rear, he'll try and work his way through to the back. And now this absolute Chad has, I guess the prot's not insane. Maybe we want to rethink throwing a bunch of gear on these guys. I think it's really hard for them to deal with this though. We just, I wish we had mages here to buff him actually. Maybe not put the investment in on him. We don't want him to randomly die to something, but we wish we had a bigger mage core. To that end, we want like a gentle or some Earth 2 guy over there. Which, this is far from everything we have going on. Make our way downtown. We're not pressed for gold, so we'll just alternate here. And then let's go south and start searching. She has one extra nature and water. So hopefully she can get us a little bit more gem income going. Oh, great, we get to see our scripted action. Get to kind of see if this does what we wanted it to. All these guys in back, really kind of hoping this spreads their attack rear on their mages, and then... What are these guys doing? Oh, those guys' script is bad. Those guys are gonna all die. Okay. Wait, what? Where are your flying dudes? Oh, there they are. So, one of our Tartalos is on attack. You can see this guy, he's just gonna move forward in attack. And then this guy is on attack flyers specifically. Some of these guys are sacred now. I think the nets are kind of being... Needs a strength check. Yeah, these guys have poor strength. They are kind of cheap though, so... It'd be better if we were netting stuff that was higher strength. Okay. These grubs, I think, do poison damage. Oh, corrosive. Yikes. It's gonna break up the armor. It's unfortunate. But how do we trade here? Kill 116, lose 38, lose mostly the Beckrite hunters, cave cows, which is fine, mouflons is what it is, but don't really lose some of this other stuff. The Tartalos do a little bit of damage. That's a nice pickup. But, we don't want them staying behind the troops. We don't want him deciding for himself, either. Maybe it's... he has to hold, specifically, as much as possible. And then stay behind the troops, and we just have to hope that that kind of works. We just don't want these guys to not die. We don't actually want them to do anything in combat, ever, at any point. Alright, so we played 2 years. This is what we were planning on doing. We kind of took inventory and then we took another turn. Peeled off one more turn. Kind of low-key the Civ vibes of one more turn, but like way sweatier Civ. Muspelheim maybe accepted our non-aggression pact? No, we're waiting, but they aren't stacking any units here, which is good. We could see what the battle for the throne looked like. And still kind of getting the hang and seeing how good these mouflons are, or bad these mouflons are in combat. So these guys wrap around, which is kind of nice. Don't like that they curve back in, though. So we maybe want to have our scrum further up, because the mouflons are going to soak damage while the other guys aren't doing anything. We want the mouflons to soak damage when the other guys are actively doing something. So the mouflons route, yeah. So we need to push these guys further up in their scripts. We want the mouflons coming in behind them. But then this works pretty well for us. It looks of it. Yeah, the mouflons completely route, scattering to the winds. To a vibe. What throne was this? Throne of Secrets. Reveals magic score graphs, nice. And increases magic, also nice for us. Blood slave income going to be good. Yeah, we took things a lot more conservatively in this expo. And I really do like that we're only fighting one other nation. I think even if we have to concede additional land, we're kind of okay with it. But kind of frustrated that Jibaba... Well, maybe it's actually better we don't spawn underground with Jibaba. I think that maybe this is kind of a smart play here. I don't like how many forts we need for this. Or how much surface area there is. Baratos is a nightmare on this map. It's so obnoxious. Oh, there's a gold mine here? I didn't even realize. We probably are supposed to fort that up. Yeah, like 9 income. We don't want to put a fort down where there's 9 income. It's like not going to do anything for income-wise. Also, losing it is just irrelevant. It's nice for being able to recruit more Tartalos, I guess. I think that something kind of clicked for us here with these guys when, like, we realized these guys are twice the gold cost of these guys, but they can carry equipment and they're bigger. They don't have as much attack and defense though, so maybe but they don't have as much defense. They have more natural protection, I think, from the size, and more HP for twice as much gold. But then just being able to incidentally summon a bunch of guys. These guys have grown on me a lot. Alright. Let's save and quit. And take a look at maybe... We've agonized over this so much, but speed of sight's just not going to be useful for us, so we'll just throw up what we currently have. And then try and make adjustments. But if we're spawning above ground, which it seems like we've run this a few times and it force spawns us above ground, I don't think we want Spirit Sight. And we need to figure out some other way to approach this. Wait, how do we even afford Spirit Sight? What went wrong here? What? Oh, we've already paid for it. Blur. I think it's just another reinvigoration and 2 heroism. God. Okay, we could get Magic Resistance. We could get Arcane Command as well. Farcaster, we're not trying to cast a bunch of evocations. This is without changing any of our stuff. Mending Bones, we're not gonna have that much Undead. Maybe Undead Command is a nice little bit of utility. We could have insane poison resistance. Jibata does do poison damage. I don't think it's their primary shtick, though. Well, this gives magic resistance. What if we want Enchanted Blood? What if we want Enchanted Blood and then we could cut Blur? Because I think eventually we do have mages that want to cast Blur on our guys. We cut Blur, and then we just do Undying 3. And okay, Enchanted Blood doesn't scale super well, but we're paying... If we're thinking about taking magic resistance... I need an adult. If we're thinking about taking magic resistance, though, and magic resistance is good, then paying an extra 2 for the regen maybe makes some sense. And then if you regen out from the Undying amount, you get to live. This isn't as strong on our thugs, but our thugs are going to have a bunch of prot anyways, so... Stacking this with, like, regeneration buff that's healing this guy, like, 8 a turn, that feels underwhelming. But this guy, healing, like, 3 a turn from regeneration, 3 to 3.5, it's not terrible. But what we're getting is, like, additional magic resistance, too. But on these guys... That half point is a lot, and the +6 effectively gives them plus 50% life. And the combat tends to be really sloggy anyways. Part of why it's sloggy though is because of Blur. So maybe this is no good. Because we're losing out on Blur with this idea. Could do that. But also, could throw the scales a little bit. Take this. Us increasing some of these magic paths by 1 is a nice QOL in a bunch of spots. Is there a way to grab 2 points? God, this feels so greed. I don't think I like this. We could drop Strong Blood, actually. And take... Because right now, kind of what we want is more Undying. Undying and the regeneration are effectively more valuable the more prot and defense you have. And these guys actually have decent protection. Especially for their cost. Losing out on a reinvig. I mean, we could lose the other point of reinvig and take 5 Undying. I think 5's the max you can take. I don't think I like this because I think that this is probably bad on our thugs in terms of scaling relative to going reinvigoration. And Blur scales well. But Enchanted Blood doesn't scale that well. The thing is eventually we can cast Blur, but we're not gonna have that many Glamour Mages. Even once we get access to it. The first point of Undying, well, no, that's probably not nice. Still just take Enchanted Blood. For the magic resist. I don't know what Profuse Bleeding, I don't know how useful Profuse Bleeding will stop almost at once is. Funnily enough, this would actually be decent against some of the poison damage that G-Baba is doing, so if we fight G-Baba with this, this actually maybe is kind of okay as well. And we're trying to drag them into deep water with really high prot guys, and so... Larger messes with our combat square size, so we don't want to take that. Well, does it? The issue with larger is that instead of getting these guys 3 to a square, we only get 2 to a square. But if our goal is to have these guys cruise through them, these guys are size 6. Oh no, wait, these guys can't displace them unless they're at least 3 bigger. Doesn't work. Doesn't work for us. Oh, we might just take Spirit Sight because we're lazy. I don't like this either. I think the problem is now the chassis maybe doesn't make sense anymore, and the paths maybe don't make sense. And we had a bunch of practice on this, and so dramatically changing the strategy probably is just bad luck. I really do like having these magical paths though. Actually, these paths are a lot worse when we don't have like the guaranteed death basically. No, I think we did too much practice runs on this to, like, start from square one with, like, something else. Hey mate, question for you, for someone who understands nothing of your plan. Do you never take chaos scales as a rule? I know it impacts recruitment points, income, and events. No, I'm okay with taking chaos, or turmoil scales, right? I'm just, I don't want to stack too many negative income scales. I want, gold income to, allow us to upgrade infrastructure a lot more, and, I mean, eventually, like, the number of mage turns that your economy can, afford is scaled by gold, and we're doing a lot of stuff that requires lots of mage turns. Like, for example, we're going to have a bunch of Gentils not doing research, not casting spells, but forging equipment. And so our capital turns are spent recruiting mages who we don't get, like, normal mage turns out of. And more gold income, or, like, this is the way I'm looking at it, which is maybe not how, like, normal Dominions players look at it, but, our gold income is buying us more mage turns. We have a bunch of things that give us good gem economy, where our weakness is mage turn economy. We're not necessarily lamenting the loss of recruitment points, so we could throw the scales like this. And this would maybe be something reasonable, because honestly, the extra point of reinvigoration and the extra 2 heroism don't really feel that good. And if we get an additional 88 points, now we can do something that looks a little bit more like this. God, we only get 2 extra paths in magic is the thing for throwing 2 scales. And I think, like, the breakpoints just, like, don't make sense. Unless, maybe, like... Nope, still doesn't make sense. I think we could throw 1 thing for this, and that would get a 1 bless point. And then we could get, like, something like magic weapons. And maybe that's okay. Losing out on the recruitment points kind of can mess with your first few turns. But the problem is we're gonna have a bunch of in-army thugs eventually, and they're all gonna have magic weapons anyways. But I guess we could grab... We have 5 points, we could grab... Recuperation. I mean, that'll scale okay. Because we have 48 points, so we can get up to path 5 in, I think, anything. We take 1 turmoil scale. It's just, these penalties, as I understand them, the more of them you stack, the, like, worse it gets. Yeah, minus 15% is severe compared to the minus 9. Yeah. In particular, we really don't need resources, and so that's why we threw this slider, and also throwing 1 direction on this. We have some strategies that use ice elementals and unseelie princes to gain more access to death magic, this type of stuff, using glamour gems, and try and increase paths and this type of stuff, and so some of that makes a lot of sense to me. If we threw anything, I think we would maybe even want to throw this. Because that's not messing with our income. And we have reinvigoration, and we might actually tolerate spells costing more fatigue a little bit better. Especially because I think we are actually casting less premium spells in the mid to late game. The really, really big ones that like are 300 fatigue. And so making these guys go through scripts that are really expensive, pressuring them a little bit more, and increasing magic resistance to give our troops a little bit more resilience to evocations. This maybe makes some sense. But still, we're in the thought of, well, what are we grabbing? And if none of this looks good, or like a slam dunk, baby, I want that. Then, okay, let's suppose we had 5 in any one of these. If there was a really, in the lobby, if there was a really strong imbalance between cold or heat, we would maybe be interested in taking heat aura, cold aura, but there's not. Encumbrance from armors is halved, spellcasting still difficult. No. Slowing weapons attack from blessed units, but we're not going to have that many nominally number of attacks. Just like the fundamental... The numbers are off for like the core of what we're trying to do. If we don't like True Sight, I guess. The thing is like, getting a bunch of drain also... Well, actually, we're leaning on the Sorginas primarily for the research. Draining when your research average is high is not bad. Draining when it's low is really bad. But our plan is to lean heavily into forging alloquils. So there's a world where we do this, but there's also a world where we just say, you know what? Forget about the death. Throw a couple scales. And be, like, dormant instead. But then we, like, almost want a Titan, and we should have a Titan that has... Then we's like, okay, we know we want Blood, Earth, Glamour, let's say. Is there anyone with 2 of those paths that's a Titan? And now the build's completely different. Also, there's no one. I think we went through this exercise before. Yeah, it's too expensive for additional magical paths. I think we can add 1 path, but not 2. Also, do want to have someone who has astral. So, Titan of the Crossroads. A lot more research. These guys are awkward. We wouldn't gain full access to these paths. Basically, the way that it gets shook up. But maybe that's an idea. They're also really expensive, right? God. There's like you have to like go to the wiki to see how stuff gets split up. But here's Titan of the Crossroads. One of them, the primary guy, gets -2 to all paths, but only -1 to death. Another one gets -2 to all paths, but only -1 to this. And then another one, Disease Healer, gets -2 to all paths, but only -1 to nature. So, that means that, we will get -1 access on all these, and -2 on all of our secondaries. That's maybe okay. So... let's maybe take a look. I guess. Now, where is she? Oh, she's 350 points. So we're trying to buy 2 additional magic paths. So then maybe Reinvig's out, and then we go dormant. And then we have to take this. No, we don't have the paths we need. We don't have the cards. Also, I do like Reinvigoration. If the battles go, like, stacking defense with Reinvigoration means that the battles go long, you start to have a widening gap between yourself and your opponent. So this just doesn't really have the magical paths we want. Like, we're really interested in the astral. But so much of our long-term plans, like, that we had made ahead of time, were like, this at level 6 is going to give us access to a whole bunch of path boosters. At level 3, this lets us break into death and start to get death mages. Same with glamour mages. At level 4, which is what it was, that lets us... What was different here? So this is what we had. This lets us summon Fairy Court. This is required for Blood Surge, which I think is just tremendous on our giants when they're just in combat. Like, it's just very, very, very point efficient to bless up our dudes and go with that. But we're not going to have necessarily a ton of death gems. So the most cuttable here thing is this. And we don't actually need Earth. So we're looking at Astral. We have Earth with this chassis, but we're looking at we need Astral, Nature, Glamour, Blood. Astral, Nature, Glamour, Blood for like what we're trying to get out of stuff. But we would like Earth because we want to cast the forging global enchantment with our pretender. Astral, nature, glamour, blood. There's no chassis that looks good for any of that. Without us, the second best other than what we're sporting is like this. Oh my god. We misclicked. And so I think we have to just ship kind of our plan. Because do this, or we could boost path and get another bless point. I mean, could just say, hey, we get a dormant pretender instead. The thing is all the stuff we want to do with our pretender is also not online. It's not online early. We would just be researching with this guy a lot of turns. Which maybe that's okay. This is an idea. We're getting one more candle. Although, yeah. And we get to be dormant instead of imprisoned. Forge of the Ancients, yeah, that's the one. No, we just like, we need a chassis that's just a little bit different. We need a chassis that gives us a 3 for 3 of the paths we want, and there's not one that does that in the Titans. So we can't get the bless that we're looking for in the Titans. The most cuttable, I guess blood and... I do like blur, but... So we need blood and earth and astral. So this has 2, expensive. Blood, earth, astral. This has 2, but I think is even more. Yeah. And then we don't have a good way to break in. Just take another point of reinvigoration. And, but now we don't have sticks. We're giving up so much for just having a Titan. Titans just in general seem really expensive to me for what you have to give up in terms of pretender design, but maybe I'm just smoking it. It just seems like you pay so much to be between one of these like late game scaling dormant guys. To have the Titan 12 months in is just so expensive relative to just having an awakened pretender. But I guess there's a difference in gear and this type of thing. The Master Smith is really interesting because if we have Master Smith plus Forge the Ancients, we're getting +2 to forging everything. But it's 60 to add paths. And also we can't throw Sloth as much, which is obnoxious. We'd want to be able to throw Sloth more. If we could. So this is... But now this is starting to become a way different build that we've not tested at all. But, get our Blood Surge. We get our 7 sticks. Less resources, but okay. We get our Reinvigoration. And we could even go Fortitude. Is there an effect that gives you more resistant to all physical damage? You can self-buff that, right? An alteration? Or I don't know what path it is. I just know it's earth magic, whatever it is. Let's not do an inclusive search. Combat spells and... Guessing it's alteration? Personal Iron Skin, Earthmeld, no. Cursed Stones, nope. Temper Flesh. Yeah, so we can Temper Flesh to get that bonus. So it's not actually useful for us. We'll clear out the person who was asking about this nation earlier. And almost all of our guys have Earth. Go hard skip. God, this is so much different than what we just have been testing. Losing access to a lot of things here. Jesus. That never doesn't startle me. One day it'll not startle me, but... Scram to the man. Thank you for the Prime resub. Much appreciated, my guy. I mean, this effectively is making it 40 cheaper, because we're more than happy to throw this scale more. Hardskin's also just way better. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I have to change that noise because it stresses it. Or maybe it's good because it amuses people, but I mean, hard skin, I think, stacks with all the stuff we're doing, or that's my understanding. But iron skin has diminishing returns on stuff. If we already have... Natural protection plus 13 up to max 20. So if we have plus 5 from that, what's the natural protection on our units, just generally? So natural protection here is 1. So it would be good on these guys. We'd get plus 19. These guys have much higher natural protection, so when these guys cast Iron Skin, they go right up to 20. So do nothing on the Gentles. Or do uber nothing, they're already overcapped. Because the Earth Path. And it does nothing for these guys. So it almost works. Or like, the mechanic just doesn't work the way we need it to for that to look good. And I don't think there's another... Could go with an Awake Pretender with this guy. I have no experience trying to expand with this guy, but he's another guy that gets Sloth. No one else allows us to throw the scales towards Sloth. Oh. The 2 Drakons, or all the Drakons do. I don't think we're interested in one Magic Path build. Alright, the paths we said we needed. Blood. Earth. Glamour we wanted. I mean... This leaves us really vulnerable to getting assassinated. This kind of does the job and would help us to research a lot faster. And we get to site search earlier. By a significant margin. We could just not try and do Astral at a high level. Take something like this guy, who's way harder to kill. Not super in love with that. I know we created one. Yeah, with Spirit Sight. Alright. I think that this was... Yeah, this is also imprisoned. I think I'm not going to come up with a solution here. I think I need to eat and think on it. Just like... What does Sub-Spirit Sight out for? And it might just be Reinvigoration to more Heroism. God, that seems so throwy though. Because like increased experience is like diminishing marginal returns. It gets you to higher levels much faster, but then it requires more and more experience to get to higher levels. So at a certain point, you don't get more levels, so it's not useful. We just like we really want the first point of it and maybe a second point in it, but we don't want the third. I guess we could take quad reinvigoration, but reinvigoration has a similar problem where if we're reinvigorating to 0 fatigue always, it's not useful marginally. I mean, we could just take solar weapons. Just like a little bit more damage. Nice versus undead. I actually kind of like the pairing of solar weapons and blood surge because blood surge is bad against undead because it doesn't trigger, and then solar weapons is good against them. But so many people in the lobby are gonna have fire resistance, and I just like bricks that. We could just take, like, extra life. I think we're not into that. I think I need to think about this more. I don't think I'm getting anywhere here. So, thank you everyone for coming on out. It is a bit unfortunate that our idea behind Spirit Sight got bricked because we're not going to be spawning underground, by the looks of it. It just, the second you... God. I mean, we're gonna eventually try and fight for underground, so maybe it's still fine. But if we fill out the lobby... with the people in the game... Armors and Kailasa, Lanka, Tianchi, Yomi, Jibaba. Jibaba's getting the underground. Eratos, Bruce. Atlantis, Theranos. Okay, I think this is 11, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If we do it with one more person, we'll check actually one more time, because we've already put this in, to see how the roll goes. Okay, here's our pretender. Going to just set up the settings in case we want to use this save file later. So this will be our third or fourth time trying to spawn. Thanks for the stream, mate. You're very welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Okay. We can roll underground. I assume that bricks Jibaba from being underground. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll coin flip whether or not we're underground with Jibaba. Wow. I mean, we were wanting it because we were expecting to fight Jibaba, but... Okay. One of us will deal with the consequences, I suppose. Still may be worth cutting Spirit Sight. We'll try and think of a solution. I already recorded my video for this, though. Really like the world where the Vanheim player didn't quit. Because before there was someone who was playing someone that Spirit Sight would be good against anyways. Because they have... I think these guys have... Yeah, Glamour. So being able to hit these guys would have been nice. How often do people play with Cataclysm in multiplayer games? Oh, I don't think they generally do it. I meant to take Cataclysm off. I guess I got the game settings wrong there. But, I think we're gonna... Once we get our multiplayer game started, we're... Maybe don't want to stream as much Dominions because... Don't want to reveal the secrets. Or ideas of how we're scripting and this type of stuff. I think I've maybe done a little bit too much of that already, but... Concealing information when you're streaming is like a weird... thought headspace. I'd rather just like not have to think about it, but... it's not that big a deal with like Dominions. It's a bigger deal if you're like playing poker, you have to put in a delay. But also like you don't wanna... Like... If you're streaming and then you say, oh, this guy always does XYZ in this spot, so, like, this is why I'm doing, this exploitative play here, and then they're, like, watching the stream, they're just going to reverse adjust. Are you winning? Kinda not winning. Well, this game was actually going incredibly well for us above ground. Also, I guess we don't really hate the Tartalo economy. It's just, and you can't get sacred indies underground, you can get them above ground. It's just the Spirit Sight, I guess, it's just super scuffed. Also, when shave that beard? I don't know. I don't know, Sway. I don't have the answers. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming out. And we'll try, yeah, we're wrapping up here. We'll see how we roll in the multiplayer, I guess. Godspeed.